Всем привет! Возможно, Сережа вас уже удивил. Но, может и нет. Я не знаю, с какого момента наступил стрим. Поэтому да. Тут 3 секунды, 4. Ладно, продолжаем, так сказать, проходить диско Elysium. Разрывная игра, невероятно качественно написано, да. Так что, да. Погнали. Сука, иди там нахуй, Богдан! Ебучий, сука, кринжмен.
О, вот это уже нормальные эмоции.
О,
Вот эти вот твои, блядь, свинчарские. Привет.
Боже, с кем я живу, бля? За 1 минуту контента больше, чем за предыдущие 20 часов стрима.
Вот именно, блядь.
Да. Ну такое бывает иногда. Конечно. Да.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavors, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. It comes free with a 6-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic. The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is its... Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Again?
Yes? What?
Так, ладно, пора посмотреть. Что мы еще не открыли. Вот, физика инструмент, formidable, банально.
Make way.
A lorry abandoned. The smell of... There's something odd about them. These, one of them, there's definitely perfect. The actresses and the looks like
Strange.
the ghostly act looks like
Strange. For contacting looks like...
a 20. The ghostly actresses. You wedge, but sandpaper adds the movie stars are still. Voila.
Bonne prise. Best not.
The stack of maps, a metallic drawer, slides out from the seat. It's an issue. It looks like
The Yulen.
the pulling tool slides back into it.
Понятно.
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Estache Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the stars Ryko.
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Jim's migrants saw a stage Raiko stopped in the street, painted just like this, muddy brown. Murdered the driver on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Jim's community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
Could it be another stage Raiko murder? Honestly, that just doesn't seem like the type of vehicle our dead guy would drive. So my initial guess is the two are not related. Yes, detective? You sure you're not James?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's a lorry stuck in the traffic.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Don't think so.
Silence. He takes the photo.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benito, 41.
Benito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are
with some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass. No, I was in the domain, in Jamrock. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But... go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Free flow of commerce!
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get...
Hola, Wandering Man.
Hello, Wonder Man. Algul.
The unpromising race. The file cabinet stands. The drawer slide.
Ну, у меня 2 очка есть. Могу волю прокачать. Но пока что я не вижу в этом смысла.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not.
Интересно, у меня есть там способности на риторику? Так, нету пока что. Вот риторика.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last. And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind. You're back before the cargo container. And...
Нет, ну это...
You're back before the cargo container. It's... And...
Да ёп. Это не смешно. Ну шансы уже были нормальные, ну ладно. Поинты, знаешь. Проебал чисто в поинты, блядь. Ну шо? Зачем? Чуть риторику подкачал. Что она нужна зачем? Вряд ли, конечно. Лучше волю прокатить. А, что у нас там есть? Чё я хотел?
Looking for something?
Is this a...
The tear machine. Your bottles...
Плюс 1,7 реала, изи. Так, на что можно потратить? Блин, я мог бы покурить.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Do something important? This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to the... With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a force. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police.
You want to take a closer look? $130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V8. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18 GU engine. on the old...
Yeah, you know it? Yes, that's right. I'm very impressed that you know these things. Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. You want to help? Thank you for the offer. That might be fun.
He liked the idea.
Да. Изи разобрать. О, там же точно можно было поговорить с бабой по поводу
Inside,
чего-то
you
там.
see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
1 second.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll...
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright?
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy...
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it was...
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. I know it must be frustrating. 57th, over and...
In the cabin.
Ну, шапочка у меня топ, согласитесь.
just an ordinary wall.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners. There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Хер знает, что она имела в виду, но челы... То есть имели ее в виду. Ну, понял. Короче, да. Поговорить. Жестче. Стойче.
Hello again.
Че не поговорю. О, просто. О, пиролидон. Сюда. Бабка, знаешь, что там?
Give me a moment. It's about Victor, isn't it? It's always about Victor with her. You'll find the Maisons in a park.
Угу, окей. Очень интересно. Ничего. Погнали наверх. Оба.
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us...
Tidying up.
Come in. The door is open.
The door is open. Oh.
It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief. For now, you're on your own here.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
How have I been? You're not here to discuss me.
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors. Ask more. Get comfortable around her.
People got to eat. What is this about? Why are you suddenly asking me about my cooking? It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters, Jenny and Jolie. Jolie is 16 and Jenny... The girls are staying at their friend's place tonight. He has a problem with drinking. He's probably in the box drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but I guess something came up. Oh, it's in Jamrock.
Central Jamrock.
I think, yes.
It is.
No, I guess I'll find out when he decides to... It shouldn't be long from now. Just to return a book of mine. Why? Why all those questions, Detective? Did he... Yes. His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought... No, well...
She folds her hands across her chest.
Да были же эмпатия.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything. I don't want to. There has been enough pain. I don't want to do this.
Do what?
Officer.
Too late. You ruined it. Just...
Excuse me? What?
She's in pain.
We are very sorry to inform you, but your husband, Victor Méjean...
Oh. Oh. But he was just...
He was just here.
I understand that this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions.
What happened to him? Tell me. And you just found him there? How long had he been there?
She doesn't reply. You hear the clock ticking.
Is there anyone we could call for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
Unreal.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? All right. I'll call them. Just tell me, what do I need to do next?
For God's sake, lie.
And who should I...
He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number, in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit...
Again, if there's anything we could do for you...
She just nods, distant.
I'll take it from here.
We should step outside and talk. So, the death notification.
He's avoiding your gaze. This is the time to say how sorry you are about how things went.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. There's not much we can do for them anymore. That's it. We should get back. And, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now,
I really have, he thinks. She was strong. She made it easy for...
Жесть. Как говорится, кунжуну.
This door is made of...
Додавливать риторику не хочу. Мне еще много вот приколов. Что такое Самаран Баттер? Короче, это нереальный квест. Это Гасан Мартин. Ой, я могу попозориться с этим дедом. По поводу бургера.
The door is... You hear someone inside. Walk.
Жесть.
The ability of... It is such a pleasure to see you.
Но у меня все равно риторика маленькая какая-то.
It is such a pleasure to see you again.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for too late. That is already fighting the bad fight.
All right.
Идем дальше. Титус Харди, Authority Impossible. Пойдем. Хотя бы попробуем. Вроде белый чек. Надо как-то отсеять всю эту срань. Так, давайте я вот в это сюда буду вставлять. Все по энциклопедии. Это все по эмпатии. Ну, кстати, этот диско S Blazer можно заложить. Вот такое. О, электрохимии у меня много. Ну, его ничего не дает. Авторити. Как завязать пирамиду? Это же привел скоп апокалипсис. Я риторику понизил на 1 очко. Ну, я риторику качать уже не хочу, покажу. Я могу заюзать эту срань. А, вот. Хорошо. Хорошо пошло. Чуть задамажил ХП, ну ничего.
Honorable One, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path. You are a man most virtuous. Of course there were honor points. Did you think no one was paying attention to all of your honorable deeds, Honorable One? Oh, the modesty on this one. Another, you are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers, an honor cop. Yes, your deeds have spoken for you, Honorable One. But to fully drape oneself in, even among the honorable, only the most dignified are deemed worthy. But you, O Honorable One, honor comes from deep within you. And to truly know oneself, to know one's honor, one must you need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors. Most dishonorable are those who have known honor, carried honor in their hearts, and then disowned honor. You brought much shame on your family today. Your name will forever be tarnished by this most shameful of deeds. Be
Да.
It's you again. What is it?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men.
Huh? You got a problem with beer?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for...
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while they...
So what? What do you want from me?
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up. But
you want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat... If you don't, if you question her, harass her...
What is her name?
Claudia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags.
shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few...
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again.
It would help if we established...
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't...
Here you go, boss.
Relationship? There was no fucking...
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated ambition.
I know her.
How well...
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a... What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
What do you think I meant? Yes, yes, and no. Got something to say about it? No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height
О,
window.
пошли.
The hawthorn, there's yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to... It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it.
Huh?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun.
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Officer, what was that? You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
Что я делаю, да?
Yes?
I've got nothing to say.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
You see ahead. The key fits the dimpled dust, rises before you. No. Smells like.
Опа.
Over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. Reads the gold. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, Inspired. The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's. The peak of areas around the playfield represents Gordy's climb. Places he was said to have camped, which, indeed, think... It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls. Go, go, finger.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was. The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his trap. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent. He also hit his wife and kids. Other people's kids too. Sometimes pets. But you seem to be having fun.
Your game is definitely improving. But suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More for tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine stops.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the power is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
How, if you can't even see? The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing. The machine is dead and...
Yes?
Ну, не повезло.
All these mesmerizing machines just feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably...
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now. It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Seolite. His people are in...
Us? Guys? Seoul is an extremely protectionist isola, inaccessible to the rest of mankind. But even I know that they don't play pinball. They have a rigid class society and a punitive justice system. We should continue with our exploration of this place. It doesn't matter. Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring and unchallenging game.
You still feel he's holding out on Seolite pinball?
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball?
He doesn't.
No.
This small elevator smells of nougat and sweat. Your head the maintenance card under the control panel reads, there are large rectangular buttons. Monter. A small steel plaque reads, Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went...
That it does. I say, let's brave it. At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Max.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
You clearly see footprints in the...
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
Between that and that. No. The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same.
Everything around you is quiet.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route. Behind our rail.
The door is small but heavy looking.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Class about this route. See how she reacts?
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. The young woman looks at the Maybell in your hand. Just as the lieutenant gives you an...
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic...
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of...
I am Kim Kitsuragi. I am a detective.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer? Like riding a coppercycle.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down...
Oh, I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult. She looks at the dried, chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp, like a mini dagger.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you caught? Sambo style? Martial arts, sir.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth and cool.
Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know.
Or an admirer?
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante. And this place is...
Question avoided. Let's conclude that she has admirers. Plenty of them.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
It's all very organic. Her mannerisms, her movements. If she's by they, she means that...
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. We partied. A lot of partying.
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you...
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn.
When was the...
A month ago? Something like that. Pretty much.
Warming them.
Oh yes. I've had a great view.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You looked...
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So that's why the phone is out of order. She tampered with the whirling landline.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good. Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills.
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too.
We're not entirely convinced about that answer, but okay. Let it slide.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
And his role in this strike?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines.
And they lynched him for?
She nods.
Bullet? They shot him too?
I'm not picking up on any theatercraft here, sir. The pause is since...
They stripped his clothes.
You mean after they hanged?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And so...
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie. They're frequent guests downstairs. Over drinks. A little.
Like you partied with the...
No, not a...
I'm sorry to have to ask this.
I have.
She sips her coffee. Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? Men like that? I don't know. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
She takes a long... You hear cracking in her shoulders. She breathes a...
Should we head back downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Yeah.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something. Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal but
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Why not? I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. Clausier Amandu. Vrai de fort. A bad memory, officer. It's the past.
Thankfully.
I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to...
What about Revacholian literature? People...
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world. That's the natural state of the Revacholian hero. Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Ranise Lit. Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranier 37. I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline ticket.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausier Mondu.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Okie dokie. The record. So fish. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I'm Winter.
How long have you been?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol. I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here. And she isn't really hiding it either.
I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
Okay. Huh. This isn't good.
She feels like quarry, encircled. Her eyes dart to the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke. This window is pristine, smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to...
Looks like it, yes. Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
You would have caught it.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about the best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. It's been used quite a lot, but not for scrubbing blood off towels or anything else. It's clean of pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs. A bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is
Peptide. A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy. This medicine cabinet is stocked with... There it is. The orange sun wearing blister pack. You feel almost nostalgic for it. The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you pilfer. That's sweet. He did, though. He totally did, and now he thinks less of you. Should have kept it. So who cares, man? Who...
Yes?
Good. You're up. It's an Earth every day. Things seem to spin more.
Долбана багулина.
Hello, officer.
I've got nothing to say to you.
It's you again. What is it? Again? Seriously, man. Yeah, whatever. Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels...
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the...
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. And you went and pushed
Titus Hardy. Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit.
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice. Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's...
Actually, there are a few. Crypto analyst, radio officer.
Yeah, like you have one. Smart.
Bear.
We have machines.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications.
Since way before their chiefs.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
You don't care about evidence.
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about...
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape,
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
What's on it? We call it the door gun, a mega mix. You...
Now that is intriguing. You had me at door gunner.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it with your...
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday. Yeah? What about it? You do that.
Так.
Yes?
Пойду пораставляю приколдесы.
You keep coming. Haven't you heard of it? Look, is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? That's the spirit.
You find your hand. The
Economic. The shine on these sun.
those
These are all. Everything's still cool here.
Ставить ловушки.
The trap stands empty amongst the reeds, powdered with snow. No
Fantastic.
The locusts, dazed from being... They're not really going to get the chance to...
Good. Now that's done. Don't answer that.
the old woman. There's a gap where the name of... The scruffy-haired little boy.
Tequila Sunset.
The legend! He's back. And thirsty. Uncle.
There's...
Tequila Sunset.
There's some tear. All the traps are stopped now, and still no sight of the phasmid. All the trap.
Okay.
As you approach, the man turns and...
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to. What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a...
God, of course it does.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate...
Yes, this is just the sort of...
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually...
What? Where is he? He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in. Well, under ordinary circumstances...
In other words, the committee only knows what it...
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer. Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, amidst the low-hanging stars, it's a set of position lights moving in unison. No, it's more like a creature from the abyssopologic zone. A great, dark, bioluminescent. Don't let the shiny lights fool you. It's a goddamn killing machine, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Isn't it? A triumph of both technical ingenuity and international cooperation. I, for one, feel... You see, In addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the... This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it. So it might be safer to get in touch, but in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on Coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't... I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it. Unfortunately not, no. I don't have the pleasure. I am merely a
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to...
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll... Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village, and then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. Really? Here? How can you be sure? Ah, a very useful gift for a police detective, I'm sure. Fascinating how much...
You feel like there's something you could say here. If only you really knew what was going on.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. Always my... Always my...
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a host of... They stand, ordinary, foreign dissident. 7 men in the commandant.
I don't know. Perhaps the one...
Remember?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the... To be honest.
A cold...
Always...
Найс. Чисто на рандоме чела нашел. Понятно.
Hello again.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand, right?
Some areas are inaccessible.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Kuno care?
What's going on? Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
No!
Kuno, they've almost made...
Ease off, see? Kuno always...
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squid...
Привет, чувака. Стримлю. Угу. Угу.
Old callbox. East Delta Commerce Center. This an old call. East Delta Commerce Center. This must, whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're all right. Maybe not. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell. There's the static again.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Alexis. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God, I didn't...
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice to be...
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. Anger boils up in your chest. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sound. No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the... Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows.
So... it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. No, don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
That is true. The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlock, whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a back. It appears to be a to-do list written, remember Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating.
The special borscht seems a bit odd. What is so special about this borscht? Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list, the drawer, slide.
Бак, открой окно.
You're back with...
Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dog fighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Dubois, now, what can Everard Clare do for you today?
О, нет. Точно. Надо поменять. Ну, баннер я потом поменяю.
Hola, wandering man.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging you. The man says a couple of sentences. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He smiles and nods enthusiastically and, chattering away in his language, the mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole... They're friends.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary. Earlier, the bully...
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is Phil.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Different? How? I'm in doubt, sweetie. That's all. It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are. Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just... Seeing the Insulindian Phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not. Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the Phasmid's existence. That I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too.
That I am a queen? An extraordinary witness.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his note. He's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit.
Нет. Нет, пока что.
An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the Phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university. Oh, of course it counts for something. But we've had our hard times too. I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. What you have to know is the Insulindian Phasmid probably does not exist.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it. How either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
В лицо? Нет, конечно, я не смотрел. Я ж не смотрел вообще стримеров.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
No one can stop you from finding the phasmid.
Okay.
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This whole thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad. You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly. Even though it...
A waste of time. A dream. A fool's hope. Say her lips. Like that, she drives off. The gas engine mutters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside.
We should go too. Yes?
О, нет.
Hey, was there something you needed? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my...
Again?
Again?
Hi again, gendarme.
Hi.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Mama.
I've got nothing to say.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
This is Precinct 57. Does it... Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
You hear
Anything outside 57?
in the cabin.
Да. Нічого цікавого. О, Backyard Wall наконец. По какой-то причине я могу ее исследовать.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Да ёб твою
Why
мать!
must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
Да.
We have business to it.
Это отврат. Это ужасно, нахуй. Просто проебанное очко, блядь. Ой, бля.
Six crumbling.
This is the Insulindian lily, called Mabel's or Lucille's tears during the revolution.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. The revolutionaries, so the communards. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls...
The petals feel dry and fragile. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth. But inland, above the Martinez distributary, the channel that brought waste, the wrinkled fingers of an old man crush flower petals, then sprinkle them in the stream. porter reel is just what you need. You push. Come on, set.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
End of recording. It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have
a symbol of Soldier of the Apocalypse style conduct.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony. At least...
Придется прокачать концептуализацию еще. Просто похуй.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing, because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft. Color peeled from, oh, wall father.
Что?
Huh?
He sounds tired. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has a paintbrush. This is on.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
Почему, когда я одеваю броню, у меня звук такой бам?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
They just might be. Rough stuff. If you take the ride.
Her neurons must be on fire. The heat creating waves and ripples in all she sees. Above all, in her painting.
You really think I need to be high to see the world as art?
To hell with the art part, man. It's all about the high anyway.
What for? What do you think I'm trying to paint here? A mural for a but boring. I ain't well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything really. Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers.
They do
Да
say
ёб твою
the
мать.
painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. I think everyone would rather you didn't. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Sure, anytime. Us.
The right idea is not coming to her. You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Не, ну броня-то бимба. Но я бы...
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a real...
Hello again, officers.
И нахрен это было мне нужно? Что за ёбаный кринж, блядь?
Hello again, officers. Have you come? You're back. Good.
Both cables are unplugged from... This orange machine is dead still.
Да. Годли, блядь. Годли, нахуй. Ну, сейчас я хотя бы верну свою силу, которую я потерял, пока думал.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain? Yeah? Thank you.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I...
The anti-star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
Comes in handy when you've done too...
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorite. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a mirrored speed molecule, basically. Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like you owe me one, officer. I'm talking serious corruption.
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can easily log it under confiscate.
Robbed by common highwaymen.
It's hard to tell if she means it in earnest or as a... She's not angry, but it's true. She's gonna have to find some more Preptide now.
It is.
The lieutenant makes a note. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
All right.
She puts her cup with a soft, this does not...
Did he? I never said he was a good man. Or that he had good intention.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Where did they get this?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, he wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward.
There is a small measure of pride in her, that she could quell the rage in such. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for detail.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy...
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him...
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On everything left to be clarified is in the column on the left.
In Oranje, officer. It's,
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border.
This means his race was Occidental, which fits the statements of another witness.
Yes. We were compatible.
Did that bring you to...
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranje...
Sex. Outspeed. No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing. The young woman is smiling, still.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days.
Right again, officer.
This feels so just. Like there is righteousness in the world. Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice.
He had a combat wound on his chin and...
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can...
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
No. Okay, sure. Here you go. What else are we missing, officer?
Oh.
It's clear she liked it.
Quite a lot, yes. Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Orani's lit. A moment's respite. Dark, and he's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, and so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself. Change of topic, perhaps? It very well could be, yes. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean? That's not funny, officer.
The lieutenant blinks. His all right. Let's see where this is going.
Cool.
The lieutenant. All right. Let's see where this.
Another fantastic moment. What next?
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet.
Hear that? Sildenafil. Just like you suspected. It's for maintaining an erection. Uppers are vasoconstrictors, so that feat becomes problematic. Because you're a scientist, of course.
How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money?
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for now. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was fought below the damage. The weeks of decomposition. All the How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left it. You could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58? Actually, make that 54. Alcoholism has, and I was wrong about the age of the
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
Officer, what brings you up here?
She looks back. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limb. Nothing. Just time passing. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting. She presses her elbow. Her hair brushes her shoulder. The strange moment ends. It was brief. No longer than 2.2 seconds.
Green is a show.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? Nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Yes, that's what it is. A quick peek here.
It's you again. What is it? And that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little...
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore. Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasing.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of... Next time you see her, tell her, Titus said.
This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end.
That lying, scamming. We're done. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into his...
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beer.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, Cafford.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
Так, риторика. Вроде что-то на риторику хотя бы одно должно было быть.
It's you again. What is it?
Пора побазарить, чел.
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good. Those are the other guys. My shit is solid gold. You can trust me. Oh, you don't like these arguments? Why is Goldmouth mean to him? Something, whatever. Just do the fiddle thing, sire. It'll be artistic.
No, we fucking ain't, asshole. No one's fiddling any...
No, Glenn. I want to hear this. Who do you think is fucking fiddling me?
I think you're losing it, Fiddle.
No. No. This fucking clown is trying to get to me. This ain't...
He'll put the fiddle down. Put it down of it.
I do not understand. This fiddle play totally fell apart.
Блять. Это ужасный пиздец.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. Bad idea. Bringing her up will do no good. You should know by now. Titus will never falter. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinet outside in the evening light. Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
The man's fists under the table are balled.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't
That's it. That's the weak one.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis! Stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler?
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
What just happened between... You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
Me too. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for...
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Training. Years of bad blood, probably. Or, tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
In a manner of speaking, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message. Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're...
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia.
He nod.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death.
Another nod.
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in...
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Klasia came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse, we hanged. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her from the old world, where she came from. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life.
That's all he knows. That's all she...
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a...
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs. That's short for...
Yeah.
Bet their father's named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway. The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it.
She... Klasia came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo.
We'll take that into account.
It's you again. What is it?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hey, was there some...
Нужна риторика. Заебись.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a...
Не понял. Я еще не доисследовался. Жесть.
You're back.
Bye.
Hey, was that got the 20 good? You got...
You know, there might be other places to sleep on this coast. You'll find one eventually.
It's always good to see.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and
The date of your re-entry into the fossil record.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music. I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo. Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Then, doesn't life get hard because we go on?
I think you might have come to the same conclusion last night. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. Yes, it was very cool.
It's impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
Then you started screaming and trashed the place. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably, the song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out. There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of... I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. No problem, sir. I understand. I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting...
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to... Is it? Shush. I can't hear what she's saying.
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea. As she's done time, a grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon. Wine dark in the evening light. The Pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will kill me, officer. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orionese lit.
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. After that, I sort of, transitioned. It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol. Or even in industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting. The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company.
But she really destroyed them.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit...
Laws cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Yeah. Papa fucking Lolo wants to kill me. Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
One of them killed themselves because of me.
She says it quickly, like she said it 100 times. To herself, out of guilt.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it? That would do the trick, yes. We were there. Together. In bed, okay? He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb.
Her chest rises and falls with each word.
I knew he was dead, before he fell down on top of me. No, I want to. Let's get this done. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought...
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. So am I. 11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Not as much as usual.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head.
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs.
Run, woman. Run past them, and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the interstate.
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it... Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew.
Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader. The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him up.
They tampered with the body to disguise the cause of death.
Yes. Ruby said the blood in him would look like a hanging. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should I don't know. I haven't seen her.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But
all kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are... It could have been a desire murder. Maybe he was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around, close to her hand. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor. I don't know. His friends have rifles. Maybe those psychos did it? Coalition military have rifles. I'm not a munition.
She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet in his head before. Look who's waking up from 1,000 years of sleep.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work. I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under...
She's getting scared now. Of you. The downstairs people. All of it.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
Like what? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. Or, I don't know anything anymore. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from Luskop.
If they want to kill me, they'll kill me. If they want to toy with me, they will. She's come to this conclusion weeks ago.
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. She nods. You're not done. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk. Wake up, man. Cop of the apocalypse.
Yes.
It's not fire. It's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no. The event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets,
О, блядь,
the
какая
grass,
бесполезная
the
хуйня.
stars, all will... As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate. She's silent, holding on to her. Remember this silence.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me, or that it was chemically induced and not real. Easier that way. I don't know.
This window is pristine on the... This window is pristine on the inside. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A two-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points. There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed 72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition, a Belma-grave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their... The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside, in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies. Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective. None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay.
А что если это вот этот вот crap выстрелил, так сказать, с чарча?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on. 700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable. It is possible that it came from B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, or B triple prime, the islet. You can't know for sure until you investigate. The lieutenant would probably agree that, in this situation, it's best to be thorough. The bed is still cold. The room behind your closed eyelids is familiar now. The only home you've ever known. Its darkness gathers.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough...
How have things been going for you out there?
This bastard isn't even listening.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then...
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing. It's much, much worse than that.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant.
of hell. An ancient sadness, brother.
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again,
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church. Good. You're up. It's an Earth every day. A mirror hangs on the bath.
Вот, 3 драмы. Найс. Вот еще только 3.
Hello, officer. What do...
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and she probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith, a fake passport and visa, given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name to hurt me. I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
Да.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure. It's useless. You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe, right near the waterline. It's Katarzyna Elysium.
It's a Grad name, Jimsk or Yugograd in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger. It also makes Klasia almost an alacronym for Katarzyna Elysium.
It was a sentimental thing. I want it to be more me here, this time.
A nickname. Who gave you this nickname, Klasia?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago. My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje.
Of course, she doesn't look like an Oranese woman at all. She's...
I've always had that going for me. I only have the birthmarks of an Oranese woman.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof.
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking.
That is the emergencies. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word.
I can give you the time, too. It was late. After midnight. 12:20.
She sounds like a 6th grader. You sense a little hesitation there. Or maybe even fear. Welcome to the Wake Up Club, brother.
Что за прикол?
She slowly... You are. This is not the end of this.
Lies.
Yes, we She slowed. Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Я не понял. Он мне дает +1 псих. Почему мне -1? Что вообще за, по-моему, мысли? Ну, что это вообще такое? Жесть.
I was just thinking.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Again?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
It's you again. What is it? Why? Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become...
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Ого, вот это у меня логики накопилось.
It's you again. What is it?
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit.
Because she was here. He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 1.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during...
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
No.
That's a lie.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that...
That's probably for the best. Don't...
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's... You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
Oh. People say there was a pinball arcade.
East Delta Pinball Arcade.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or...
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter, used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All...
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift.
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Да.
Footprints. Recent.
The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I... Good news is, I'm still listening. I don't like guessing, Cole.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key.
Now, the ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the... Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was 72%. There's a...
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People...
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put hair on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of... Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
That looks antique. A Velma grave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots.
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
You lost your gun?
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? Sure. Take your sorry ass out of here. Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get up.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that. And 28%.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon.
You just showed him a breech-loading gun.
A broken old broomstick is what you showed me. What point?
Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet. The blonde man looks at the mushroomed death breath.
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4mm.
Whoa.
Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. You have been thorough. I'll give you that. God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it?
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Okay, cop. She's got connections. I could see how she could have access to a gun.
That's all you needed. Doubt.
I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This is...
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. What?
Phase 3. Mode, the big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went to...
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back down...
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd...
Time for a logics demonstration.
I didn't do it, fucker!
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Fuck you, man. I would never fuck my guys over.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in the...
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop.
Man, now he's just throwing
Okay. We ruled out in...
Silence. The old man. A very small knot.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now,
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what...
There you have it. Pale something.
Just a joke.
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. I told you. You. Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure. Norm. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day.
Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he...
Scared. You should be, too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth.
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so...
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast. Past the waterlog. She's not here. Sure, there's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you.
We will start there. One more question. What do...
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men. Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's done and done. No.
Again?
Да чё я ничего с ними не могу сделать?
What is it? It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Жесть. Ладно, мы тут имеем кучу абсолютно useless скиллов. Хочу загонять на риторику. Еще раз побазарить с этим, с контейнером. Может, он откроет. Бля. О, эмпатия. Ба. +1 к эмпатии, это хорошо всегда. А где мои? А, у меня уже эмпатичные бутсы на мне. А где эмпатичный этот? Вот эмпатичные очки. Ладно. Надо обратно одеть на себя мою шапку.
Hola, Wandering Man.
К сожалению, риторики у меня еще нету еще одной штуки. И очень жаль. Риторики.
You're back before the cargo container. It's dropped despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you. A beacon of light emerges from deep with the door stands.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a...
Что это такое?
You can't be serious.
Что? Чё за жесть?
Yes?
Чел, чё это за кейт? Чё?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics, trying to visualize the physics at play, is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't in the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome, welcome. Not too much actually. Just pleasantly surprised to have company today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long anyhow. My name is Rustam Diodor, investor, licensed.
Mr. Diodor, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and...
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case? And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to...
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised.
and blow. Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Which one? Revachol, where I nominally reside, or Gran, where my father immigrated from, or Ile-de-Cachebro, where I've registered my shell companies. Listen, Mr. Dubois, if capital and nationalism weren't states are akin to boulders in a river, slowing the free flow of ideas. Given enough time, the water, it is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to benefit the high net worth individual. The Weiss-Weisman coefficient for you, 0.9998. Repeating. That's not good for you.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who is unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun. It's... By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Was it Krasmazov that said, religion is parolidol? He may have been a commoner, but we're in agreement about it. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together. There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Жесть.
Don't get me wrong. They are nice things. But once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become...
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals, such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance...
Playing the pity card, are we? Whatever gets us over the moon, baby. I'm your...
As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machine. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for that. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment.
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Thanks for... Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. Oh, it's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and...
A youth center, huh? What kind of...
A place to teach them practical skills, like teamwork. Come on, Tell him what he wants to hear.
No. You've got to think bigger than that. Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What do you expect it to turn on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed? Vodka? Cigarettes?
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth. Is he having a stroke?
No, I'm not having a stroke. You're just still full of surprises.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with? The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, I must be away soon. The next time we meet, I'll be expecting an update on my investment. Farewell, friend.
Жесть. О, чекайте, сколько у меня реалов становится, когда я к нему приближаюсь. Найс. Ну и что можно за сотку сделать? Что?
Yes?
Ну такой чел.
Oh, hey, miss.
Так, пойду булить этого жирного, он меня затрахал. Так, сначала...
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Gun.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
Harry, you wound me, Harry, in the heart. But I trust you to put this to bed. Do what you must, and let's change the subject, shall we?
He's hiding his real reaction.
Thank you for your understanding. We will.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my...
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Mega rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light-bending guys. Honestly, Harry, We might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect. You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running, don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony...
Actually, Revachol doesn't have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Sie ont promis.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Right to...
A lorry stuck. The woman.
Now it's turning.
Попробуем хакнуть эту мороженую машину.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream chip.
Это literally бред.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Yes?
The bear's eye.
Absolutely useless. Inland and shivers rise to 6. Причем это просто learning cup. Это неадекватно бесполезный скилл. Попробуем так. Так, Чувиха говорила, что у нее где-то возле какой-то там трубы есть какая-то там нычка.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes, I got the mercenary's name and a few biographies.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's Ellis Kortenaer. Exactly. He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster. This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol. It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I start...
It is. Thank you, Alice.
None, officer. Sorry.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A name. This is very good. Ellis Kortenaer.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity, about giving back names to another.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation of... Just a moment.
10-4, Camille, Roger that, 10...
The trap is poor things.
Не, ну если есть какой-то лагающий чувак, то почему не может быть лагающих муравьев? По факту, по факту. Ниже тоже эмпатию можно применить.
Hello again. Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the...
No.
Just no.
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the Exactly.
We're close. True. It's hardcore. Skibbity. Hi again. Goodbye, officer. Huh?
His look is intensely suspicious.
Huh? I see you're here again. Don't think so. Big bad frequencies are extremely negative. Thought suppression, dream implantation, memory revision. Pretty out there stuff. Not sure I want to get involved with it.
There is fear there, but also curiosity.
Besides, our own signs aren't even synced yet. So...
Yes, what is it? What? No.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Do I look like someone who has time for side projects at this moment?
If you want her help, maybe. The mother.
Ой. С чем? Шо?
An old
Хорош.
worn by elements guards the depot. The wind has blown a
Какую?
sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened.
Понял, зашибомба.
You see a handle.
Это сарказм? Думаешь, почему? Шесть. Почему? Хорош.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Just dead, poor things. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for... In the distance, you can hear the break.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freitor. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags. To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Biddable Prime, was it? It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from. Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joan? Cigarette butts are everywhere.
There. 1 point, a glowing light on the 3rd floor. Smoking. Drinking. Be...
Уйти.
A few locusts
Шо, медведчук?
off the trap. The rest are piled in a heap in the corner, dead. No phasmid anywhere. Poor thing. A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds.
That, over there. Must be the boy Klaas you told us about. The one she...
Ooh, hidden things, secrets, lies. You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy. Silt. A latch holds...
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
There's something in there, splashing around. It smells like you would expect it to smell. The water this side of the peninsula, a shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. Could be. We should keep an eye out.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you.
We still got here too late.
The trap is poor.
Вот это чел до сих пор тут.
Always my... Hello. Isn't this a fine No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just...
So you haven't seen it?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a...
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen it. The scruffy-haired little boy.
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds with a...
You're stupid. Okay.
Что ты там нашел, Сережа?
A policeman. What can our village do for you?
Где?
Бандера! Степан! Бандера! Степан! Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера,
Сука, блядь.
Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько наш Бандера, батько наш Бандера, України слава від Донецька в місто Лева. Слава України, аж від Криму і до Сум. Пам'ять про Бандеру, як героя, я тобі несу. Батько наш Бандера, Україна мати, ми за Україну будемо воювати. Батько Україна мати, батько наш будемо воювати. Україна мати, ми за
Відкрите громадянське суспільство, але держава з усіма компонентами держави. Ми сьогодні маємо проголошену державу. Ми не маємо ні армії своєї, тільки міністра маємо. А без армії яка це держава? Я не кажу, що ми якось збираємося нападати. Чи хтось сьогодні збирається нас нападати, але коли немає держави, немає армії з тої держави, ніхто не рахується.
Change your mind, did you? I thought you might. What don't make this old woman regret giving the police the key to her house? Here. Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. Ah, I should have known. This is yet another union mess. I'm not afraid of them, you know. We are not in the habit of being afraid around here. There's not much to tell. People come and go.
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around it.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too. The door has seen better days.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangements and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
The key turns. Good. You're up. Listen. It's a suspicion or a feeling, an earth-shattering deduction from you every day. brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears.
What is this place to you?
Overhead, you hear the forlorn shriek of Seagull. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village, listening to the heater hum. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked.
Look under the floorboard.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image.
Ого, тут одна логика легкая.
An old mirror.
Не вижу смысла брать.
As you look, the edge of a floorboard next to it looks hollow. Space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. A small cylindrical object. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washer, it's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to hold in the bullet. You get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. Coach, physical instrument. Wait, how did you know all those hammer throw techniques? How do you know how to hold a discus? Or the world youth record in discus? Something doesn't add up here. This mushy thing between your ears didn't know the name of the city you're in, but it comes loaded with trivia about the correct chin position of a shot-put ball. Could it be that? Shut up, namby-pamby. This train of thought ends abruptly. It's leg day. Straighten your rhombus muscle.
Бля. Это useless. No. Не знаю, не знаю.
The bed is coming. Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer? Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Police business. I understand. Anything I can help you with? Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist?
Опа.
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here.
What brings you here?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster...
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood. How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Etonite, the smell of salt and...
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal red.
Fortunately for you, madame.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
That they don't.
Above you, there forms a quilt of their cloud shadows slide.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? Yes, in Cielinde. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you...
Qué polezno.
Tequila sunset. Can't really remember seeing any women after...
It's a touchy topic. He really has no idea who this Ruby is.
Danko.
There's no...
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smoke.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall. Wait, what if this is the fishing rod situation all over again? Fine, it's not a phasmid. It's not even organic. Just a fire iron resting by the fireplace. But...
Hello, mister. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're old. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell if they look identical. Luby. Raluby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or
Kids.
Bye!
Так, ну я нашел пулю, бабка. Так что, да-да-да, пора что-то раскрывать.
Our tenant, the policeman. Damn that girl.
But you didn't put it there, did you?
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before.
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I cleaned it, like I always do. No.
The truth, sire.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during...
No, she was mostly silent this time. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cross a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Aye. Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with, I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screech like a cat in heat.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just...
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better...
The failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want? Yes, one thing...
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's got...
Officer, care to play a game with... Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone. Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how...
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight? Doesn't need...
Guess he was about to head home, cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, cause he's gonna be buried without it. No, René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could see.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and... and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I...
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, we are both very sorry.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years...
Despite their differences, these men played such a significant part in each other's lives.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests. And all. There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. Yes? What about...
Yes.
It is...
Despite that...
I just don't know it. Oh, sorry, officer.
Проебал. Сука! Где я теперь возьму бутерброд? Жесть. Ладно. Без шута я становлюсь жестче. Теперь у меня всегда инструмент 4, потому что настоящий гачик.
This orange machine is dead. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner. Ice squeaks beneath a Kowalzun multi-tool, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams.
Я
The
покажу, как
barbell
надо.
waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Оба!
Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game. A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the...
Good technique.
The barbell, wait.
Hello again.
Теперь мне дали открыть.
This orange machine is dead still.
Нет.
It has a... This orange machine...
Что у нас там? Я бы напиздячил тому, блядь. Ща. Моя гача одежда. Уничтожил. На самом деле абсолютно юзлесс скилл. Минус. Ну, просто не дают ничего. Два физического инструмента.
The unpromising. There must be some friction there.
Mr. Clare also. Of course, above all. Rampant stop explaining yourself. No one I am not surprised you in the South. I am a descendant. No.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms.
Welcome, he must...
I am not like them. Your silence betrays your inferiority. There is nothing fun. I cannot possibly imagine what I am.
You pick up on something artificial.
Fine.
Interesting.
То есть... Чё мы тут имеем? Нереально, нереально, нереально. Так, это все не работает. Тоже не работает теперь. Не работает, не работает. Тоже не работает. Работает. Что такое WordBase? Ну. Все не работает. Ну, соответственно. Нужно попробовать достать.
Hola, wandering man.
Hola, wandering man.
Right to work.
Да-да-да.
Looking for...
Hello again.
Я даже, бляха, не знаю, что здесь предложить. Ну, мысли реально супер бесполезные. Это просто жесть. Начну какой-нибудь новости. Давайте попробуем вот это. Абсолютный юз. Теперь.
Hey, was there something got the 20 real? Then why are you...
Hello, officer. Oh.
Did you take the doc?
No, of course not. As I said...
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Yes, I am. Regardless, it was probably just an accident. I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed.
Окей, возможно, красноволосая чувиха стырила доки.
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman.
From where, precisely? I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance? Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Two neon-lit...
Ну, Гарри Дубойс какой-то жесткий чел. И челы его боятся. И не просто так.
The fan stands...
Again?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What? Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad?
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking... You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
We're not bees. We're...
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to... So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the...
Yeah. Where are they now, huh?
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combating.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. Their shit is way apart. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loot. What do you mean, okay? Goddamn right we do. We done it before.
Fuck yeah, we have. Battle hardened. Yeah, we got reserve.
This guy will be the first one to bail.
Yeah.
Make way for the...
Yes? What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you.
Something the matter?
This guy's got authority off the charts. With just the flick of his eyebrow, he's able to make you is nothing. You better hope he doesn't abuse it. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Yes.
Right, two.
Кто третий?
All I'm wondering, man.
А чё жирный хочет? Ладно, лишний опыт, как говорится.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to see, that's your problem. A lack of confidence. It's not ideal, no. But you need this. It'll make you into. You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose. Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some... Whoa, this shit is strong. Time for a little truth. Tell the lieutenant you did some. Clear the air. To this. You kidding? There are massive. Spring.
In the bottom right corner of the...
It's ledger you found.
Блять. Ёб твою мать. Все. Нет. Давай. Всё. А, нет. Нихуя. Тупо ступор, блядь. Ну, это пиздос, конечно. А. Стоп. У меня просто перестало работать управление мышкой. Так, где? Надо перезайти в игру. Это жесть какая-то. Странно. Работает. Так. Вспомнил, что ему взять. Потом покупать книги, прочитать их, может там что-то полезное есть.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of game.
Так, ну здесь много бабла можно въебать.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed... Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
A true cultural touchstone. Enjoy.
The Greatest Innocence by Joao. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless over. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. That's the spirit. Here we go. Dolores Day. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the hue. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples with question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident. I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help? Great. Dolores. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also, as Franco Negro, attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocentic qualities, some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she's seen congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent a B. Good enough. Everyone misses a few from time. You would have done better if you just dialed the Dolores Day down a bit.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answer. Browsing your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. Probably for the best. It wasn't looking too... Browsing your education... It seems rather unfair to try again after you are correct. As the first question, easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. Correct, Franco. Question 3. Who? Correct. The most final stretch. Correct. Everything from congratulations on finishing the test. And A. All correct. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done. The lieutenant is doing his best to... Yeah, sure.
Легкий, 5 опыта.
Shelves full of... Several maps. The maps. This large map, Ozon, disintegrated. In the northeast, you can. Lost. The ocean connection. 800. The north to Hudon. It's so... No.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. Though they might not... That old thing, from whence...
The place that...
They didn't get that far.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance.
Ничего.
Shelves filled. A small mountain of color.
Wonderful choice, sir. A whole... If you say so. But you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
A small mountain. The display rack is brimming with worn...
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Так, что мы можем
In your
делать?
hands, you hold a brand new... The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a... The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens. What treasures wait? Even before you... The plastic wrap rips off. There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook. Savor that new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated. The colorful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculpt. You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth. That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and boat. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for... Remember, there are many paths to victory in Suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly. Boring, boring, boring. tear up this rulebook and commit some old-school atrocities. The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each. You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play. In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also from the Empire of Safre, orange apricot tokens, from Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, grey marble block tokens, from the Seminine Islands, white sacks of sugar tokens, and from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Oh, those are nice.
Each cardboard token makes a satisfying ch as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
You hold the open game box. The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time.
So he says, but his gaze lingers a moment longer on the rulebook than is strictly necessary. He could make time. The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly. What? Does the lieutenant? The lieutenant gives you a sour look. He may or may not hate fun, but either way, he does not. What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention.
I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid.
See? He's still.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be. In the center is the crown of Revachon, radiating apricots from Safre. Archaeological. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre.
Alright, detective.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it. You draw a contract card offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological. You place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasure and fulfill the contract.
Not bad,
but not good enough. The lieutenant sees as he completes his own contract card. The lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token. that he places.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points. Don't worry, it was mostly just luck. You learn some.
What is that patronizing tone? You're one of the suzerain's trusted administrators. You may need to put the lieutenant return. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling. Those aren't your own. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you. To the lieutenant's puzzlement, you spend several turns building various improvements. Soon, your workers have access to clean water, paved roads, and basic hobbies. In return, they produce 1 extra resource per turn.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points. Take a look at the scoring tables in the back. You see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5. Yes.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safri territory. Soon, for several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and you draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access. Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression? Instead of focusing on amassing points, you embark on a quixotic project to win the hearts of your worker tokens. After several turns, you've unlocked advanced hobbies and health insurance.
You do realize the game is called Suzerainty and not Workers' Paradise, right? I don't think the suzerain cares much about the welfare of its.
The lieutenant continues his strategy of aggressively producing apricots for export. He fulfills. The end game is upon you. What will be your crowning achievement as the suzerain's territorial administrator? You could continue your efforts to win the hearts of your worker tokens by building the rarely attempted public education. Alternatively, you could actually try to win the game by building the extremely valuable victory column in Revachol, or by crushing the lieutenant in a devastating. The choice is yours. There's a reason very few players ever attempt to build a public education system for their worker tokens. It's your boondoggle nearly bankrupts the suzerain's treasury, and you suffer.
Ouch.
The lieutenant opens his mouth, as if to...
You know, detective, there's something admirable about... Now, let's tally up the scores.
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and after double, then triple checking your maths, you have -5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a...
I've got 20 points. Well, there's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Yeomdar, standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X. Their blade behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Yeomdalaman, the man from Yeomdal, unfurls like a... The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Yeomdal saga. Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Yeomdal and the Necromancer's Treasure, a brazen attempt to bilk fans for more money by splicing together old stories under a new title. Their main concern is the story opens in media res. The man from Yeomdal and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple. Surrounded by nightfall, only the man from Yeomdal and his blood brother, noble Tyribol, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyribol cries, as his battle axe beheads one of the 9 Tyribol. The man from Yeomdal bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage for the Northlands, for Yeomdal. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice, it is physically impossible for a human being to effectively dual-wield Zweihander swords in any kind of real-life combat situation. And with deadly finesse, his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse like ragdolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two... A few chapters later, the man from Yeomdal and Tyribol are in a completely different... This book makes a mockery of the very idea of good plotting. Though something tells you coherence was... The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Yeomdal. The man from Yeomdal extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers... What do you mean? Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because, above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Yeomdal. Because his noble What do you mean? Is that all? He is the man from Yeomdal, forged in the fury of battle. He doesn't even have a real name. What is inside this man? Or is muscle and bone all he is? He is the wildest man alive. The only mortal strong enough to wield the twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, whose names mean storm and... What are you, a book critic? Enough. You're ruining the pacing of the story. What pace? You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts. In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which as the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nactera's attention. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Yeomdal and his valiant blood brother, Tyribol. In an instant, the Nactera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steam. Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Yeomdal and Tyribol remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the fact. He probably is, but you can't be sure, cause this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote. Considering the sheer amount of different Yeomdalaman books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever... The man from Yeomdal. Large letters on the front form a title, Wirral. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds, a sword, mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliché. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, you can just hack your way through dungeons in search of loot. That's what most people do. A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind Isolas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world? Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of... In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless... Don't forget heated arguments escalating to physical confrontation. And beer. Lots of... And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks.
Hi, Ace Detective.
A small... This bookstore.
Ну ладно, открываем.
Large letters. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map. A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names. In addition to meadow, it doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero. The options are in order of importance. The Welkin, the Tweog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. The Tweog also come in they're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all, a very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races. The least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of...
Interesting. A communard. A communard. One of the leftist revolutionaries in the anti-centennial revolution. It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process. I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
You see?
Huh. Interesting. The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone... Good luck finding people who'd want to play as Communard.
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. You see him.
Huh. Interesting. A Communard. The figurine... I have a feeling the figurine...
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man, a colorful box with a... This bookstore. Shelves.
Hello again, esteemed.
Hi, Ace.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Yes? What about... Yes.
He finds comfort in the thought.
We all got to go sometime, officer. Everyone...
We are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. I just don't know anymore. Officer, I just can't do this right now.
Зачем?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the...
Someone else?
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've... The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their wild pines. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know...
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as...
Sure, man. Sure. Let me have a look. Another time...
Я купил тупо все книги. Ради чего? Опа-па.
legend.
Tequila Suns.
The scruffy
Hello, mister. Bye.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Ну, я, короче, не знаю, что будет.
An
Интерфейс
old
мне
door,
так качать не
worn by
буду.
elements, guards the depot. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. But
we don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it.
At least you can think about opening it. About doors in general. An old door. An old door, worn by...
Не имею проблем.
see a slogan used above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set, failed electrical. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin. You felt it before.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical ruin over there, or in that...
Why single out this one building?
Ого, у меня шиверсов.
The once bright mural towers above you. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you is trying to talk to the city, something you've done before. Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geo. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is... Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on...
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically. Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to...
An old pipe peaks. A building like this must have multiple doors, serving... Your eyes slowly begin to adjust. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. A thin layer of snow gleams as your eyes adjust. You see some trash, crumpled up newspapers, cigarette and nothing. A very, very faint smell.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around, and it's right here, a maintenance door.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut. You and the lieutenant.
Let's take a breather and try this again later. It's very tough.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall. With another 7 shades, a cold behind.
Always.
No, papa. Я могу прокачать еще раз физический инструмент. И это здорово. Настоящий гачи теперь.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door, rusted shut and hot. Behind the pipe, it looks too exhausting to even try. You'd only bloody your fingers on the.
Да, конечно, физикал инструмент ничего не дает. Ну, дают эти футболки, но по факту ничего. А, пыло точно.
The legend! He's back! And firstly, I got my kind of guy. Here you go, friend.
То есть я даже не получаю ничего позитивного от алкоголя. Имбовая мысль. Дайте мне хотя бы эту сразу сломать, я умоляю.
This orange machine is dead still. It has ice squeaks and it's already unplugged.
Блядь.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Fuck no! Ah, shit! It's not art, it's fucking brutal. Nothing pussy about.
Even the pigs think it.
Look, bitches, Kuno's gonna wrap it up for you.
It's still piss-weak garbage. You hear a subsonic squeak from behind the fence. No one likes your fucking art. You should bang with your life. Murder was the case.
Kuno doesn't.
I'll die before.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Ладно, тупик. Здесь подойти. Ну, очень жаль.
A rusty ladder.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remain. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're, not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty. What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
That's not how physics work, detective. And even if it were...
What are they talking about?
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought...
Oh yes, it could hurt.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Так. Теперь что-то интересное. Так.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Сейчас. Еще нужно завязать.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof.
Что за хуйня? Что за хуйня?
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a wreck.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup.
Ну. Еще один Мартинес Паскард. Коллекция уже собирается. Что с ней делать? Непонятно, но не важно.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
It's much easier from this side. The panels on the rails slide once you dust the...
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
Not... This isn't just glass. These are old yes, filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass. The how was a closely guarded secret. Something...
So it is. I think these used to form a single system, slotted in the wall. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find a device.
All you'll find here is pain.
Опа. Плюс один suggestion, но это бесполезно, потому что у меня уже было то, что это один suggestion. Знаешь, шапка.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Glory to the revolution, comrade.
Что это за мысль? Так.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes.
Где на шапку?
A mustachioed, years worth of dust is shaken off. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the...
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Half a century? This was probably... I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then. But that's all. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, you mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But...
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no. Not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much.
You should probably check on Kim. It doesn't sound like he's doing all too well.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear or think...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Dentist.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So, you found my shack, huh?
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
so nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequency.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of... Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Nah, she didn't crack. She's a survivor. If she told you anything, it was to save her. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you...
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already...
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Yeah, sure. And I didn't...
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she didn't hate him, okay?
Plenty of broken people who don't... I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. No, I did not. And? The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that. A knocked away 80 front loader. Too bad.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for Europe. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, so, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over, too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her. Maybe twist the knife, just in case. Make her more desperate.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest...
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
man, it's to get away.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might...
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum. Not for a moment do I believe that you...
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun in her, she's not letting her guard down.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying...
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing.
Police radio? You've been...
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room. He was still warm, with the bluish light coming...
She eyes you warily, as...
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, she sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a... She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity.
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admit. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way that...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questions.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie.
All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair.
you. She's not going to change her mind that easily. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. The lady wasn't bad either. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. That sound about right?
No idea who this satellite officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to patrol officer Minnow. We can eat. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first bag of...
Да ёб твою мать.
The violent white noise becomes even more overwhelming closer to the compressor. Feels like your brain is swelling up in your skull.
Officer, are you okay?
The pain intensified.
What are you doing? I told you. Look, I know this isn't very fun for you, so let's wrap. The tribunal is an awfully fancy word for what they're going to do. But yeah, now they're gonna put on a show before meting out punishment. Even though, and you, watch out for yourselves. You seem to have a habit of walking into traps. I'm guessing you don't know that a third mercenary has come to town just in time for the tribunal.
If one hornet can kill 40 honeybees in a minute, then 3 hornets should be able to kill a third.
Oh. As I said,
the pain is becoming unbearable now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse. No, I don't think she did it. Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. This isn't going to look good in the report. Her tent. Maybe there's something in...
Plain red tent stands. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of it reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in...
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More technological digest. You pocket the worn brown leather A trusted friend left...
We should read this immediately.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. This was important to her, when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages, the large cursive of someone who writes quickly, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density, short wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be the first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault. Except, she is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? That name isn't mentioned as small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got... Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must... You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from today. Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been... framed?
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Weda's. Could have been Titus. Then again... Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask.
The plain red.
La puta madre.
I'm afraid we don't have time for... I'm afraid...
Stop. Now. It is crisis. Death. You can feel it. Arm yourself with anything you can. Unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun? Then just walk to your... I can talk you out of it. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need...
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just...
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like...
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked...
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third murder.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way.
Pig, fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to...
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put...
With a wordless gurgle, the killer, the leader, gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there. You really, really should have a gun in your hand by now. Or something dangerous. This feels scary. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him, even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the... You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us. If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit, no one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else. And his hand is off the gun. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did then?
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now! The bird. You're fucking telling me a bird killed our colonel?
She used to work in industrial...
You think I'm fucking stupid? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? How about the kid? Go ahead. Say inadvertently. One.
Listen, please.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing as
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the... What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit. Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click, 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 click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. No, probably foster brothers. Elise.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and...
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm?
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt, or 100 of them.
In your ship pipes, right enough!
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates.
He was a good commander. I can see...
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because he fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you
Listen, man. We told you...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first! Fuck do you mean?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy too.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me...
Ready to open fire, Major. At your...
Who? Laylee?
We researched him. We contacted the ICP.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now the...
It's a mindfuck, Corty.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right?
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an...
Fucking waste this fuck! Oh yeah, that's Rude. Rude, the killer, who...
All of you cunts inside out. Rip you open.
Perhaps it's for the best. Him not talking.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he...
There, on the rim of Owen Clerven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
That's right.
Plenty. Let's fucking do it. Gene.
Who the fuck is...
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left! She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these...
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's...
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one! Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day.
Enough already!
Interrupt me again and... What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your...
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. You stare down the back. 0.6 seconds remain. There are absolute God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further. Timing. The shot rings and you stop. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from...
God, please.
Then, 2 shots reach your hands, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso. Oh God, what you see? 2 cold eyes looking at you. Through all the smoke and panic. And a pistol raised, aiming at your chest. Point blank. A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like... Here it comes. Death.
Да.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire... The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking.
Stay awake. Look.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream. Behind you, from your... There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires. His body... You hear a roar of pain. A death scream.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is... He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. And rotting. And being disinfected.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing...
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again.
The engine of a Caprice...
No. It was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you...
Life gets hard, but we go on. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The major gave the As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry. He did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his...
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital. Yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left. Yes. You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened. Yes. He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage. 5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. This is the one. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive.
Вот залупа.
The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating.
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through you. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome. We will see. Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me. No,
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean, back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
I don't know.
He may have some idea, but he's not gonna get into it with you.
I did. No need.
Nah.
Easy now. How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter. I honestly don't know. Do you? Because we can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classio, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found a motive or a weapon for her. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precise. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case.
He's wrong.
Okay. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive fact.
That does make some sense.
We could find thousands more if we...
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He does not know. It's morning out. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
No. Are you ready to limp? Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, the gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. PT? Cool. Good.
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know.
Da.
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor.
Хуже хуйни я в жизни не видел. У меня еще и теперь... Нет, ну я нажимал, чтобы арестовать, оно не работало.
Good. You're right. It's an earth every day. Good. It's an earth every day. These papers bear the...
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both... I am sure neither of us...
The medicine pity.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priority.
You see the same...
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. I remember. So it is.
For a second he seems tired. The lead is he sees danger. Another trap perhaps. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
Not a lot, no. No, I just don't want to walk into another embarrassment. Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
No, you're right. We have to go to the island. Pardon me, the concussion. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course.
A red thread run. clearly...
Jackpot. These, unlike every...
You clearly...
Jackpot.
Сейчас, quick save. А что было бы, если бы я одел броню? Ну, чисто интересно.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? This does outside the window.
It's a great place to hide. And Masovianism and murder are certainly not mutual indeed. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
A mustachioed. There it is again.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and it looks like ours once we detain a credible suspect.
You will upset the balance of power. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we?
If you can't...
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing.
In this case, we can't
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turn.
Бля, я проебал этот момент. Ладно, похуй. Ну, похуй. Я что хотел проверить, это полностью переигрывание.
That's an awful message. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
I'm using
the blasted from that pale emitter, that anger.
Saw my.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind a pale signal, so precise at the up.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep.
I built it. That's it. Oh yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before. Yeah,
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got. Goddamn fine.
The gun's well. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, so you.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice.
As opposed to.
This could have.
That's her admitting.
No. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No. He wouldn't have broken first. Oh. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus and...
Well, how the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like...
A strong moral compass. She still wants...
I didn't like him. Pardon, plenty of broken... Yeah, sure.
She didn't...
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to... Yeah. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough fun. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it.
It valued.
The shot.
That didn't go super well.
And? The gun store. Trigger happy jet. What did you think? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
I'm not.
That isn't it.
No, they're not. Yeah. Evident. Who doesn't? The view's pretty bomb. It's very Yes, I'm sure. No. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. I never did. No, I did not. So...
That really comes as a...
Okay.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man.
She delivered.
I got lucky.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Not for a moment.
There's a sinister note in her voice.
Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
Нет, это бред.
The violent white noise becomes...
Это бред. Это вопрос не может быть. Ну, 92%, я так понимаю, это скрипт. Скрипт. Ну, то есть...
Could this stuff outside?
It's a great place to hide. And as if indeed. In fact...
There it is again.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but no.
It's not a...
Looks like a once we detain.
You will keep calm. Go over the whole...
You're right.
In this case...
Well...
Let's... If you can't...
I think I
wouldn't be...
Or maybe not. Either way, once we...
Заебись, да. Только жирно мне нечего делать, потому что... Подожди. Ладно, задам все равно ему вопрос, похуй. Честно, я вообще не ебу. Типа... Ну, этот квест буквально и сейчас. Ну, то есть... Его на молитву ли. Ну, я так понимаю, у нее мое оружие, я ебу, блядь. Как здесь работает телепортация, блядь?
Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering me for a few days now. It's an every day.
Опять-таки, я попробую еще раз ее арестовать. Ну то был бах. Или скрэп. Чисто интересно. Вообще это жестко.
Oh. Host Almighty. He's a total...
Again?
Ну, вообще вся проблема в том, что я просто искал опыт, блядь. Если бы, блядь, я получил достаточно опыта, нахуй. Я бы не шел на это задание, буквально, блядь.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain? Okay.
She nods, silently, then picks up the cold coffee and holds...
Yeah? All right. Lies.
Yes, we demand she...
There may be grounds here.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
She purposefully misrepresented information. Fucking mind game. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please no.
But there's nowhere to go. A two-story drop.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She's silent for a second, as if looking, gearing up for this betrayal, and it's hard for her.
Только, блядь, ебать, как это тупо.
Ruby. You said there was a secret route there, right? She could have come up through there, then
slipped back downstairs without anyone knowing.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She has this thing for me, ever since I met her and the boys downstairs.
What she's saying is... sex?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to... Somehow, she knew Lely was dead.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
She has this thing for me, ever since I met her and the boys downstairs.
What she's saying is...
And more. When I started...
I don't...
She said...
And you...
A little.
This is...
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up?
She came over one night, drunk. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that.
Some of that fear is still with her. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her. Okay. Arrest the liar. Why? She told us some pretty interesting... She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's only trying to help you. Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Still? After all this, sir, please, but I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and...
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
I don't know. To spend my days with smoke, drink, and dance. You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months. Or maybe even one.
You do have the form.
By God, she's playing him too. Like a fiddle, sire. Who would have known?
Everything could change. This city.
There is desperation there, in that silence.
Maybe Ravishol could be free. I could be tried in a free Ravishol. An independent state that doesn't hand its detainees over to the...
A free Revachol. There is a low, distant rumble on the motor tracks. A great machine shaking the pillars down south.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
It's coming.
Don't. The world can change. It has changed.
That's not the answer she was hoping for. Thought that you were some kind of patriot or... She looks at you and... Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without... Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
I won't.
This may have been a grave mistake, sire.
I promise I will be right here all the time, nights too. I'll help you any way I can in this investigation.
She nods, then nervously pulls on her cigarette.
Okay.
Okay.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
Ну так бы я поступил, не знаю, что произойдет. Вроде я бы ее посадил бы, блядь, не было бы похуй. Ну, то есть, по факту мы разыгрываем теперь то, что было бы. Что бы не произошло. Единственное, я делал. Я получил эти 10 опыта. Я знаю, что там нету отврата, то есть дальше. Я ебу. Боебизм, я не знаю. Просто из-за того, что у меня 0 шансов на то, чтобы открыть ебучую айскрим машину, блядь. Какая хуйня.
Hola, wandering man.
Ну, блять, это тупо, блядь, тупо. Я не понимаю, какой мне квест, я не помню, какой мне квест дал этот жирный. И более того, нет нихуя указывающего. Короче, я его шоу жирного сказать, просто скажу вам все реплики. жирный.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, you bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist. No, you didn't. I know the mailman, Harry. I know just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, by all means.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not...
How else are you going to... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Ну, логично.
Oh, hey, mister.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40...
Да. Не, ну как абсолютно бесполезные. Чеки проходить, так это сразу, блядь.
You take the legal documents out of the...
Причем деньги тут абсолютно useless.
You take the legal documents out of the... Good. It's an earth every day. You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Причем на интерсепшн вообще нихуя нет. Самый жесткий скилл какой-то. Ладно.
You take the legal documents out, and the pen is shaking in your hand as you draw. It appears you have drawn a line instead of a signature. A puny line. No, it's just a line. Forgery obviously isn't your strong suit. Sorry for suggesting it. If you get...
Our tenant.
Yes?
Tequila Sunset. Tequila Sunset. What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. All right. Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs.
The man mumbled.
Hey. Goddamn Abigail is here. Wake up. Wake up. I'll be damned.
Sure, I can fucking help. You need a signature.
Not exactly an expert forgery. Don't call Abigail. Would have signed something more like, don't call Abigail.
Fucking cops, man, always hassling the poor.
No, that was my favorite thing of all the things. My favorite is the gun he lost.
Hey, guys.
About fucking time, man.
The incapacitated drunk lay there.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Легкая хуйня. Ну наебать долбоеба это. Да. Куда пошел?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
Yes.
You drop the white envelope in the dark. About a week's worth of mail as collect probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You...
Alright, let's go back to Everard.
Так, что я хотел, собственно? Надо оправдаться перед работягами, собственно, да. Возможно, загружать в таких ситуациях это тупо. Вообще я хотел просто проверить броню. Но, бля. Неотвратимость ивента это курин. То есть об этом даже было предупреждено, а у меня буквально этот корп не появился. Ну и более того, неправильное отношение к квестам жирничам. Ну, типа... Лучше я мог бы его наебать. Ну, то есть я знал, ну, я что-то не думал о том, что я могу наебать. Мне похуй, что будет, в принципе. Ты что, он гандон.
Mr. Dubois, the Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you don't know his full plan. Perhaps he expected trickery. Perhaps the signatures weren't important. The point is, do not think you're ahead of him.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that. Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were... Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry.
That is true. People don't trust pretty people.
Why a war?
And what do you have to gain from
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and...
He crosses his hands contently, thinking of the interior temperature of...
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, the more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait, we're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that...
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole.
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done...
He really doesn't know the guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob.
He really doesn't.
2,372.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revolution.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical... All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have...
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just meant. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away. Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers...
Understood.
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of... I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight. Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific Union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on stuff. Harry! By now, you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable work.
So the village is doomed.
You were there. You saw the place. A wasteland. There's nothing left. But mark my words, officers. We are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be... Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. And the pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that. And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man
a true flash of anger in him as he thinks of her.
Great, Harry, great. I think we've truly built a bridge. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever... I'm always happy to educate. Very nice.
Okay.
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year...
Блядь. Который мне поможет сейчас открыть эту хуйню. Все, пизда, блядь. Это да-да, лихо.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a... You slip your fingers under...
Didn't Sona give you a perfect tool?
Equip the multi-tool by going...
This orange machine is... This orange machine is dead still. It ice squeaks and it's already...
Это просто бред. Так я даже не смогу сейчас сделать. Короче, это... Нет, это... Я даже не смогу это открыть никак. Теперь. Ну, то есть... Это литерально бред, я не смогу это...
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Нет такой хуйни, типа, не полнейшая. Лучше переиграю. Ну, типа, это, блядь. Начнем. Блядь, это литерали меня игра хоронит, блядь. То есть, блядь, это ненормально, я... Блядь. Как это тупо нахуй, я ебу, блядь. А, я сразу отменю эту ебаную мысль, это супер конченая, супер хуйня. Ну же, блядь. Один заклад. Кем хуйня, которая не позволит мне открыть. Ну, это, блядь, тупо, это, типа, блядь. Хардкор режим, который по факту, типа, не... Просто, блядь, подкрученный, нахуй, вероятности в пизду. То есть на все абсолютно бесполезное, типа, открыть, блядь, этот ебаный ящик.
Mr. Dubois, every worker you bring, you need, once you have the signatures.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole.
I should have seen. Evra probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get out.
The youth, it's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall. Practically, this is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Могу телепортироваться, блядь? Почему не могу? Какой кринж? Ну, короче, самое бесполезное это фиолетовая ветка, она вообще нихуя не делает. Equally zero, блядь. Не понимаю, как тут построил работает. Это типа дебилизм какой-то.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete indeed. They look distinctly different and very convincing.
Good. Evart will have to start over with his scheming. Any halfway competent notary should be able to handle this. Not getting their actual signatures was probably the best thing to do. Now all we have to do is...
Ускорилось. На самом деле жирнич правильно, ведь я уже то, что собирался то сделать.
Yes. You drop that's probable.
Right. Let's...
Опять-таки. Типа, какое будущее у детей, которые там сидят, чисто. Ну, они живут супер хуёво. Этот чел хоть и хуйню творит, но типа коррумпированный мудак. С другой стороны, какую-то криминальную залупу через мои руки я охуел. Если что, сам потом возьмет этот ход. Там был кринжич. Ну, типа. И это главнее, чем он. Он, конечно, может изображать из себя охрененного жирного чела, но без шансов.
Mr. DeBoy, the Golden Boy, my friend, you're in.
See, well, you don't know his full plan.
Harry, well.
So the village.
You were there. Reset. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your...
There is the pain is... And then there will be a giant...
Damn...
A true flash of anger in...
Order it. Glad, good...
That is true. People don't trust...
Why...
And what?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. I have.
He
Harry, we have... The more... You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn... We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take term...
The word...
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's all tits for...
Actually...
Because it's already... No,
He a guy.
I don't.
He really doesn't.
2000...
2000.
Oh.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
We've been running back channel again. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without...
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry... The company... We're gonna try...
And the kid...
I'm an all... But if I were to supply ingredients for some... Harry, if I...
Understood.
You know why. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone... Let's look at the big picture. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's got... Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is... We're wait... You can bother Leonard with that. Harry, I've got to be honest with you. An old...
This must...
Yes, this...
Union...
The neighbors...
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good.
Unfortunately...
There it... I, for one... It actually...
As I said, I already have.
She will be...
More fun stuff.
Great, Harry. This has been so great. I'm always happy. Very...
Так, все, теперь мы имеем невероятные шансы пройти это так, как должны были, блядь. все приходил к этому жирному чувству, такое. Я изменил свое мнение по поводу получения сигнатур. Такой. Опа. Это типа дропнуть квест. Не, такой хуйни делать не буду. Ну, блядь. Голова. Не, ну, самое большое подозрение это на белую. Белый, ну, возможно, белую кто-то кроет. Это Катиджин. Как это? Так, все, мне похуй, я буду взламывать его до последнего, блядь, мне чисто поебать. Это чисто заливная, блядь, ну это ненормально. Я такое не поддерживаю. Нет.
This orange.
Ну, то есть я 300 там вкачал.
This orange machine is dead still. It ice squeaked and it's all ready.
Не похуй. Что-то поебать это. Это принципиально. Это уже принцип. Это принцип, блядь. Типа.
This orange machine. You slip.
Didn't equip the mold.
This orange machine is dead. Ice squeak and it's all.
То есть на кубике вот те ебаные там 3%, это единственный раз, когда он открылось. А здесь уже, ну типа, ну это неадекватно. Тут я уже даже не знаю, что говорить, типа.
This orange machine is ice squeak and it's already on.
Это нихуя, это тупо. Что за хуйня?
This orange machine is ice groans and howls under the strain of your darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object. Disappointment washes over you as you stare into the almost empty ice cream maker.
A scoop of ice cream would have been nice, yes.
You gently lift the cube from its...
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and killed as soon as...
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament?
Конечно, I'm curious. Слишком темно.
Tiles on the cube, like a smooth draw. The filaments, the speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the offside copy? Good. Please no, that's not it.
What does she mean? That's... Maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif.
Good. I've unlocked the offside copy. After ending the call...
Ka-ching.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. It sounds like something cracks. Before the piece of paper, something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like this. The paper is soaked with ink. Its monochrome darkness spanning from margin to margin. It's not possible to make out any information. It's just black upon black. Nothing to see here. Tiles on the...
Не, это жесть.
This orange machine is ice squeak and it's all red. This orange machine is dead. Ice grow darkness, disappointment.
A scoop of it.
You gently.
We should take it.
Yes. Tiles on the cube are like a smooth the speaker.
Good afternoon, please go. Good. No.
What does maybe? Ka-ching.
Fortress accident. Thank.
Tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks. Something's broken. The paper is soaked with
odd. Something is obviously broken here.
A single speck of white shines out from the shade. For some reason, the printer decided to spare this. Looks like gibberish. Better get running. This must be the information Sorna is looking for. She knows how to make sense of it. Tiles on the cube are the filament slight.
Ну, то бишь. Это есть этот вот Lost. Если я получу самый интересующий меня квест, выполню. Я не уверен, что я вообще мог выполнить после того, что произошло. Ну, короче, это бред, блядь.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it. I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipped. Watch. What an intricate display of failed.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in. It's the abyss staring back at you. Sorna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout.
Here. I found it. Hold on. Shh. Just give me a second. I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. Thank you.
Time for a celebratory drink, perhaps. Just a thought.
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double-check my
What an interesting proposition. Truly a task for the intellectuals, solving the puzzle of water bowls.
Figure it out? No. I don't need you to figure anything out. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
What? She only wants you to follow instructions. Nothing intellectually stimulating in this task. A child.
Thanks.
It's awfully silent again. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls. Each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the... It moves like a ghost. Without this task is an insult to your mental skills. Some water spills out of the bowl. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be some...
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
Maybe
Let's think about this logically. Why would nothing be terrifying if it's, well, nothing?
Because it reminds us of death. And we humans tend to think that death is pretty scary. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes, and then nothing happens. As Sona, you can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. She doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and...
Damn it! No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds, but this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes.
This can't be it. You should have a listen.
А, да, ботиночки. Конечно же, говорит сейв, потому что я даже не смогу его перепройти, если я
disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little head, and then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere. A weather change. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace. You mean the speed freaks? Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me? I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, Detective. As always.
Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Hello again.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. And what about the side business? Have you made up your mind? Oh man, really? You're a complete ballbuster. Fine, we can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Yes?
Все-таки я не получил достаточно хорошего диалога. Какого-то. Вот пати я не качал, конечно. Не просто так, не просто так. О, басики пошли.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations. Totally transcendent. And now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, Detective? Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe.
Hardcore! No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway. The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia! It's not amnesia, guys. The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just...
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes. You should do it, Detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
How about something simple? Like...
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club and I wouldn't name it.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman...
We're not going with anything the Crabman was...
Why not? The Crabman has ideas.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean?
But Disco Elysium, isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it?
The past is the future, but the future is dead!
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave.
And short.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like mode. You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience. It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
I'm dancing!
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
Yes, my man!
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself? Audio waves thump against your rib cage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But there's a noticeable lack of something.
It's to express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Of course it is. Or because I'm balding, yes. I want to fuse the remains of my hair together before it... I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. I'm 20, not 20. Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway... Goodbye, officer. Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Как и было. Impossible. Так и осталось. Ну я не понимаю, зачем делать такие жесткие чеки? Это... Ладно.
She's whistling a melody.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sound's travelling... And no, it's got nothing to do with Contact Mike. No. I actually wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's Sorna, the programmer. She's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much. And the crab... Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favour. Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? But earlier today she told me about Welkins. And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen. Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on. Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to... Who do you want to know about? Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer. Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organize around here either. He really must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he... I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know? Yes. Anyway. Come to think of it, yes. He's in some kind of a self-destruction mode with that hair of his. Bleaching it like that. Probably wants to get rid of it altogether. Yes. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forburg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere. He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself. Sir, I abide by the law. It's just something poor Forburg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people. Yeah. Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. He's the party. And Nordic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by...
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Yes. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning. Anyway.
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coast. Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines, Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think people are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for...
Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. It really reminds you of something.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. Thank you. Sure.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
With wonder in his
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority.
Yes, you really came through. For the hard...
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on a cell, using her contact mic to listen to a tree. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track, Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
Okay.
I don't believe you actually think you did it for all mankind. But whatever keeps you in high spirits is okay by him.
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more. I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner. I regret the time I dedicated to that profession. And that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days. Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools. That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things alone on an uninhabited archipelago. Forced to face themselves, and I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmongerer. It's a subset of early art of core. Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that, like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny. Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside, before the sea wind took all the paint off.
It was probably white and gold, with light red flower motives. Part of you, assumed to be lost to nerve damage, knows this style to be Ubi DeLoreanism.
Good catch, art cop. The herdsmen of the Ubi Sun Islands came here on the first boats. Their flowery version of dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went up. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it. A Sarais man who lived a long time ago, an ancient hardcore brother. A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals.
The way he says it, the force in False Core is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
I only said unity. One word. Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are. Anodic dance music.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with?
Only a little. It's a necessity. All large human gatherings are narcotic.
There is a difference between narcotics and group elation. One kills you, the other does not.
The supercharged humanism that the innocentic system has been feeding us on giant city squares, that's not a drug. The sugar and...
Forget it. It will become an imbecilic discussion. You two continue. It's more hardcore that way.
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye. You defend her, law minion.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of mass murder on the floor.
I like this question, cop man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that. Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us. She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers. In the true life of tomorrow, every woman will be an innocence. They will wear neon headbands and...
Oh my living God. It's there. Suddenly you feel like you need to plummet into it. Look away. Say something.
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions.
And many, many more.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know? No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The Anodic pioneer Rietveld is not likewise. No one says Jermaine Egghead or on...
What a strange choice of caustic. Overflowing with... That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window? Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
Hard to say, cop man. I did get to talk to the crab man. Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown. And dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us. Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. Good thing you didn't squash him. The Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago. Not like a literal sarcophagus. Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the Crabman is experiencing when he, like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it. I don't know, and it's not something they properly understood either, what it does, but it's what this Sona person is looking for, and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they read seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance. Like a concentric ring spreading out, the struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you can figure things out, cop man. Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling every... It took us setting out for this whole end. It's short for paranoid. A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is just... It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away. I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm. I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movements only concern the original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals, or cereal grain, ourselves. Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
His eyes flicker.
A life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself, and others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are
just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes, but the young man is dead serious about this.
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord. It's a potent soup. Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying, hardcore! Maybe you're being too specific about it. Try consulting with your spinal cord. Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, oh yeah, sure thing. Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You'll have to add something of your own to understand. Test your limits. Surpass them. Dance till you drop. Dance till you die, if you must.
They're hardcore. They're just clothes. It's just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it. Dead body, spirit entered. The mass murderer? Why? There is. She is a party repellent and must be
No, that's not it. It's something more. Something closer to your skin. The speed freak's eyes narrow with suspicion, as if he's looking.
It's not coming down. People are gonna love it. It'll be like our thing. Plus,
okay. Sure.
Welcome back.
We're close.
Вот здесь.
True, hard, full, car.
Занимало место.
It's hard car. Skip it.
Your cop.
We're close. True, hard. It's hard. Skip it.
Your cop.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! The music is too loud!
She shrugs and turns back to her radio computer.
What? I can't hear you! Oh, the project! It's not... There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata! Thanks! Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes! Let me know how it goes!
We're close. True, hard, full. It's hardcore. Skibadee.
Your cop.
We're close. True, hard, hardcore. Yeah!
This young man adds a capital. Or maybe it's not Gotvalian. Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno Van...
You know about him? You know Van Eyck? Wow!
The skinny wraith looks at you.
So am I! So am I! Oh! Is that why they call you Egghead? Egghead to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man! The Advent? We're close. True, hard, full. It's hard. Skibadee.
Your cop training did not...
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Так, хуятинка.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. It's true. The drug fiends have made themselves quite...
This project is immensely important to her.
If you're desperate for collaborators now,
Yo, man. What's on your mind? You sure that's a good idea?
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
Asel's right. I guess it would be pretty soft core for me to say no. Yeah, alright. But if you're going to sync up with them, you're gonna need a serious wave generator of your own. You understand what I'm saying? Not likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's shortwave stuff.
Build it ourselves! We built this nightclub, we can build anything!
Yeah, maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our pot's finding
An antenna hardcore enough?
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bend. Beyond, the unkempt backyard rises. You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring...
Centaur Man is made of metal. With the right gear, we...
Yeah! Connect the Centaur to the lorries! Unite the whole roundabout in hardcore...
Huh? Sounds like Egg saying you could use some of the spare cables to rig up the stalled motor lorries and increase the wavelength, which would pretty much make the old roundabout one giant...
One roundabout! One wavelength! Hardcore!
You're a lawman. Don't you...
We have the amps! We have the cables! We're almost ready!
He's right. All we're missing now is the transceiver itself. Soon as you find one, we'll be all set. I don't know, buy one, steal...
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from my kinema.
Can't do it. We just got this place set up. Can't go risking Egg's most important equipment. Yeah, probably. Thing is, you'd have to be an engineer to get it out. I'd stick with regular radios if I... Some equipment from Arbor could work. Worth the legwork at least. While you're gone, me and Egg will get the rest of the gear together. Meet us back.
Welcome back.
We're close. True, hard, full, it's hardcore! Skipper D's.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. The mother of humanism
Хардкор, блядь.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? 57.
In the cabin.
Hardcore.
Tiles on the cube are... Tiles on the cube. It's empty.
This is where the memory should...
This old... The whole...
Oh, it's you again.
Надо помочь сначала точек все. Для этого мне сначала нужно... Бля, что за бред. Ладно, мне нужно только чат скипнуть, потом у меня доисследуется. Hardcore. Мышление. Я, скорее всего, смогу с ним говорить.
The worn map feature the face of King. You stare at the note is you hold in your hand.
Oh.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic. A lorry, the smell of... There's something odd about the passenger. It takes a few moments, but eventually, as you take the transceiver in your hands, the lieutenant bites.
Funny, isn't it? The lady driver used this same radio to evade coalition authorities, and now you are using it to contact them directly.
Where the radio used to be, there's just a rectangular shadow now. It's about the size of a small box of pasta, but not just any face. It reminds you of the...
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation, but I have to say, it still seems like a remote scenario.
The movie star, you close the rust.
Вот так вот. Почему не могу тебе... О! Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Hardcore.
Yo, man. So your cop ways came through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got. Thought I felt a special sign coming off this one. I'll just have egg pop in a frequency dial.
Rarely has there been a more apt pairing of man and transceiver.
Alright, Lawfarer, we're ready to do this. I have to warn you though, once we commit, there's no stopping until we've seen it all the way through. So any cop prep you gotta do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to. Don't sweat that. Egg found something down near the waterlock. Some maniac abandoned the...
That maniac is obviously you, which makes the power source your half-sunken Caprice 40.
That explains why it was covered in cop colours. Whole thing's totaled. But lucky for us, the engine on the... All I have to do is run a cable from the engine up the Centaur Man's Memorial. It won't last forever. How should I know? It's up to everyone to know their own needs. Whatever...
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing a good pair of...
Personally, I'm gonna make sure I've got a steady supply of prep time.
Now he's playing your tune. Better make sure you're ready to blast while
Do what you have to do.
Hardcore shit!
Like Egg said.
Nah.
Yes, what is it?
Vikla, true, ha, it's hard. Skibber.
your cop.
Так, надо включить эмпатию.
Welcome back.
The device feels light. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover.
Давай секунду побежали.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But
Fuck you, whisper.
she puts extra stress onto that word.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a...
His little green eyes are fixed. He's meant everything he said before. But right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then she's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower. But a determined child of her size can still kill the creature peers at you both from over the fence. Fear. Kuno falls silent.
Kuno, there, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah. Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you...
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Told you this already. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or something. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out. I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno. Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be sung.
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to...
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him...
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
All right, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno. Remember when you tried to get Kuno to hook you up? We can get on that now. If you run a little errand for the Kuno, me and you, Kuno's gonna hook you up with illegal narcotics. See? It's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need. Here, pig. We've fallen now. Performance buddies. Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt?
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his life. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it. Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have... Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
Like half. A baggy, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram.
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not? Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Okay, Kuno's listening. Alright, pig. You can plug him, but you can't stop him. It'll only... Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12, first floor and kick down the door. Police back. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have it.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
Kuno does.
I'll die before I.
Kuno doesn't fucking care. Теперь не жалко, что я проебал файку с этой же фирмы. Да и этот, да и ботинки. Ну ладно. Ну, теперь у меня никогда не будет фулл сета, блять. Скорее всего. Жаль.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached. Threatened. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Secured to the doorframe, snip. The cutter goes through. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of...
Good. Confiscate.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in the other room. Bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is... It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die. This door is made.
Да.
Try to sneak.
Hello again, officers. Have you come?
I ain't no snitch.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Can't you this place? I thought I'd mix it up. You know, have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? We read.
She wants it to be something true and total.
Yeah? Thanks.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no.
Actually,
We weren't put on this. Can't you tell? I haven't really. This place. I thought. Yeah?
let's be realistic. What are you...
You heard your partner.
I don't condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a girl.
Ooh.
She does have eyes that seem to be...
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do. I don't...
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask.
There'll never be skulls, but...
She throws you a conspiratorial.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, this place is this... I don't...
The bemusement in her voice.
There'll never be skulls. Thank you for passing... I don't...
The bemusement in her voice.
There'll never be... Thank you for pass... I don't...
The bemus...
Figures. Thank you for...
Залупа, блядь. Ничего полезного я не знаю, что делать. Как мне время?
Everything's still...
Our Canada.
Tequila Sunset. Good. I used... Now the only... I was...
Sound. If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it...
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising. That's what's so... I'm all ears, Tequila. What's... Shut up. I was... So you don't... There are men...
Are you...
Shut the...
You gotta...
Our hero... What she doesn't know is... Rumored to be... Whoa.
Tell him...
Fuck, bro. What?
I read...
Right. The women, when she... But their... Ula... Her body is never... Word on this... Gave herself...
That part. At least more or less.
See? Anyway, that's the story of the headless Faln Rider.
Hard to argue.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you... Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? Do you always try to pick the lamest option possible? No one...
He won't, though.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Our tenant, the police...
Не могу проинтерактить. Ничем кроме этого не могу интерактить.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging. Without resistance or sound, the two panels moved. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? You. Two octopuses. You stare at the card. It's... Your hand shakes. An thin. See, these are all in a monetary, but these are all in it. The rest of it's made of dark with your hand. The acidics, you know, your nose does not.
Жесть.
You're back. Good. I fear the sailors saw quite a few.
What next?
Then he made Revachol.
The old.
You said you...
I can't.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one.
That makes sense to me. We have...
For all the boys look...
Is there anything else? Like more lessons in... Glad to have been of... Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
Make way.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want?
Goodness.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hey, was there...
I was just thinking, what a nice... I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Nothing happened. The sky is low.
So...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Just a moment.
10-4, Camille. 10-4.
Feels good.
Roger.
Either sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel... Oh? Who? Well, how can I...
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling, calling, calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
phone gets hanged up. Disconnect tone.
Are we about done with this now?
Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing so much.
The man, you do not hear the cut. Seems like it did not have time to swallow. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the... Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another destination. 41441117 Yes. 451 You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle. The wash of a calling. The saddest, both pitiful and terrified callings. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling. Then the ocean breaks.
Hello? Who is this? What? Oh no. Is that you?
This is too much. You need to recede.
Oh no, not this. What time is it? Dora. Who is this?
Dora. The name feels like a gift. And fight in the distorted. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. You're not a high net worth individual, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. You seem drunk. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
No. I want to go to sleep. I'm in my rover, sleeping. Yes. Oh no. Please stop. Please, let's just hang up.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. Run to the church. Home. You dial the number again. 26 in the middle. Calling, calling. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling, calling.
Harry, please.
Underneath it, she is naked and warm under a blanket.
Please. I'm going to hang.
Phone had disconnect tone.
Жесть.
Hardcore aesthetic. Oh yes, drugs. We're talking about drugs. Let's face it, these flirtations with the hardcore aesthetic have...
Our tenant, the policeman.
The dome-shaped plastic.
Put your hands where I can see them. Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals her hand is trembling from some sort of neuro...
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous. Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reduced.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything.
You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
Officer in need of assistance!
Man, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Блядь, мой персонаж.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly.
What happened to make her like this? Yes, sure, but also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease, the woman looks at you, but through you. Like,
This is the police!
so this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
Fascinating. See? This is what happens when we're not around.
It's a goddamn police shitbag! Cut the pavement!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her.
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
I do? Garrett? No,
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police...
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration! Come in!
It's not a code, just that she's losing it. One twitch and there would be blood.
We can't leave. The delirious civilian is pointing fire.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that. Host almighty, don't count on that. You saw the Bino Cloud can't shoot for shit.
Suicide by cops! Split-second decision!
For a moment there,
I was 80% sure the gun is empty, and still the instinct almost.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons. Police guns. Where's that bullets? What is this? Why did you sell me?
She looks. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
No one ever cares anymore.
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of...
Oh, we need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, we could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. That would just be a waste of paper. I mean, look at her. She's not going to respond to a station slip. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? Exactly. With only the voice. She must have built a new, sadly better, reality from the only material. She stands motionless. Just a... The woman is one of those. There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar.
Oh, is that your...
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods. You take the vial of Pyrrolidon and the bottle of speed. She didn't consume them. She didn't look high. She confiscated them.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
He's grateful you did this. The old woman doesn't.
Дарди будет уже что? Мне нужно.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is garbage. You dial calling, 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 and calling for... The cold metal is hard and hurts your knuckle. It didn't give you any. Bent metal. Broke. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. Look, there's a discarded milk carton on the floor. Kudos.
We're closed. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hard car. Hard car to the map. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeko Kata. The place to be. Yeko Kata is... We're closed. True. Hard. Yeah.
This young... Or maybe it's...
The what? Yeah.
He missed one A.
I'm the hard rhymer. We're close. True. Hard. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah. Gotta get the people. Yeah. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrows his brow as his very long...
Hardcore. Ah. Is it though? One mind. We're true. Hard. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car.
He furrowed.
Hardcore. The question is, what is the question? But there was a... True! Hardcore, internally coherent. Good morning, yeah! It's the message, so listen and you will see. True! Hardcore, internally... All car! All right! Gotta get the people... I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party, 25... True! Hardcore to the mega, internally coherent. All car! Gotta get the people going. I'm the party boy. It's my 2 on a track. True, hard, full, hardcore, internally coherent. All car, all right.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
Yeah! Back on the first page of the second...
Could it be? Maybe for him. You only have a chapter or 2 left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this art. Isn't something holding it back from being... It's like it's...
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
The young man, his friend, drops his loitering act and turns toward you two. If anything, it sounds a bit proto. Like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
We can all hear it's not hyper hardcore. If figures of authority keep telling us things are hyper when they're clearly not, how are we ever supposed to evolve to hyperdom?
Uh-huh!
Fuck yeah!
He seems sure, but you are left with the nagging doubt you might have overestimated the hardcore.
No nation, but transnation! No vote!
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things.
Yeah!
Unless you were thinking Revershow imperative right now. That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop, too. He's not a communist. It's just...
Yeah! With the rebel yell! I can be an ultra. If you want that, you want...
Please don't turn him into an out...
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world.
Yeah! Dark hardcore!
Basically, yes it is.
Lungs are for love! When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing.
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the...
I think so. Highly gaily. To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4? Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary...
Oh no. We're going to be in this church for...
Don't worry. I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on. This is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him!
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for... The Arno will be back! But we're doing something else for one moment! Alright! Go tell us that egg... Alright!
Yes, what is it?
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is...
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the...
Glue style? Okay. There literally is no...
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Because I'm afraid that something might happen. It's an unknown phenomenon.
Can't turn down...
Of course it is.
Yeah!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Suddenly, your palms are sweat. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
What? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You disengaged.
No wind outside. No waves. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floor. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you. Not in the speakers. Not in the room. A great bass sigh. It's out there now. In the world. It will devour air floorboards, the glass, the streets.
Guys, what's going on? It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the beat!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautious.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to earth!
Below it, all the base grows. Like the jaws of it's shaking the building's foundation.
That's it. I'm muting it. Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed.
In the mixing desk now, building in. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming, and then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only...
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too...
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can...
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's the start. Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the...
That it wasn't her...
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I...
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very...
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what I have no idea. I've never even heard of it.
Her voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjust.
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf.
also devise further measures.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you know.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere. In a long for drinking coffee and smoke. And a woman. She was...
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers.
That comforts her. She looks up into the darkness. You have her full, undivided. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
Then, what if...
It's nothing. No. It's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long... And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects?
An intellectual hunger fills her now.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to...
Knows how to think this.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the Caesar.
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of...
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell her.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest?
Ma'am, you will certainly...
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there. But I had completely forgot. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk. The one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pale right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything, anytime.
Yes? Yes?
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Что еще интересного могу сделать?
Oh, it's you again. You mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach? I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality?
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Active.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that...
She looks outside the window where the night has fallen on the yard.
Just Martinez? In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.